year, we're looking at being able to offer a lot more academically, but it's bittersweet. So we've got pros and cons to all that. Now, once a blazer, always a blazer. What does that really mean? We all know it means we're going to be blazer tough, right? What is blazer tough? Is that like football players out there knocking people down? No, that's not what it is. We all know that it's being physically tough, but it's also being mentally tough. Fighting through adversity. When you get knocked down, and we have this in the Student Center, you get back up again, and you're even more determined than you were the first time. We want you to fulfill your dream. It also means being a good citizen and community member, being respectful of your colleagues, your friends, your parents, community members, and everybody that's around you. It means being part of a team, being part of a team, being part of a group, being part of a community, being part of a school, being part of an organization. Once a blazer, always a blazer. Means having pride and respect for your school and community. It means don't forget where you came from. It means fighting to accomplish your dream. Fighting to accomplish your dream. It means being part of something bigger than you are. Being part of a community, a country, a world. You are the citizens of tomorrow now, and that'll start tomorrow. All right, folks, I wish you the very best. And remember, once a blazer, always a blazer. Mr. Werbianski will lead us in singing the Alma Mater.
Please stand. They won't. You don't know the Alma Mater, but I'm going to go ahead and sing it for you. O Central Highway will be true forever to our white and blue, and in our memories will remain the hopes of coming back again, to wander through familiar halls, remembering what the heart recalls, remembering games we watched or played, and happiness in friendships we've made. The many lessons that we've learned, the teachers for whose help we've turned, these are the things we shan't forget. They signify a task well met. Our school day memories hold in truth the joy that is the flame of youth. A dear Central High, we pledge to thee our faith, our hope, our loyalty.
Excellent job, Mr. Werbianski, as usual. All right, we're at the point where you have the presentation of the class gift.
on behalf of the class of 2020, this senior class wants to donate a sum slightly less than $4,000 to be used for the purchase of furniture and landscaping to be placed in the courtyard just outside the media center by the main entrance of the school. It will be a lasting gift. It will be a memorable gift. It will be noted with the appropriate plaque from the last class of Elkhart Central High School, and it'll be a remembrance of that class to enhance the beauty of our campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werganski. We're happy to accept this gift. I think it will really really add to our campus. We have a special award, and I don't think she's in this particular group, but I'm going to mention it anyway. We have it's called the Mr. Lynn Gerard Blazer Award, Spirit Award. He was an exceptional person who spent many hours in the halls and sporting events at Elkhart Central. He always had a smile on his face, and his sense of humor could light up a room. Mr. Gerard loved Elkhart Central High School, and the true definition of a blue blazer was Mr. Gerard. He passed away several years ago, and we honor him with this award. This year's award winner is LEQ. You may be seated. Recognition of your class. As we observe this commencement ceremony for 350 seniors, I know each parent, relative, friends, and I are extremely proud of each and every one of our graduates. At this time, I would like to acknowledge those individuals who have excelled in their academic careers at Elkhart Central High School. I would ask that you hold your applause until we have recognized each group. Honor Diploma recipients, please stand. Key Club members, please stand. Remain standing, just keep standing, we'll add to the list. Thank you. All right, National Honor Society members, please stand. Vocational Honor Society members, please stand. Do we have anybody in this group going in the armed services? Ivy Tech Green Corps earners, please stand. Medallion earners. These are students who have earned at least 30 hours of college credit. Please stand. All right, let's give them a great hand of applause. Thank you. You may be seated. We have 2 early graduates. We have 5 early graduates. They're graduating a year early. I'd like to recognize them. Tadriana Coleman, Tristan Kyle, Abdullah Natwa, Bianca Stevens, and Javen Stewart. All right, at this time, what I'd like to do is I will read the top 10, and I'll read it in alphabetical order. I will designate spots 1 and 2. Now, some of the folks are not here. I know some on my list are here, so I'm going to go over the whole list with you. All right, Peyton Gage Anderson, Nathan Christopher Bird, Lauren Dibley, Riley Foltz, Michael Long, Ellie Malloy, Elijah Martin, Kristen DeSantos Salazar, Caleb Schaefer, number 2 in the class, weighted and unweighted, Katie Frazier, number 1 in the class, weighted, Lapita Martine Alonzo, number 1 in the class, unweighted, Naomi S. Mitchell. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Each year we're fortunate enough to host foreign exchange students. These students represented the following countries: Italy, Vietnam, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and Belgium. Now, none of these students are here with us, but let's give them a hand and recognize them. Some of you remember them. It gives me great pride and pleasure as the principal of Elkhart Central High School to present the class of 2020. By the authority and responsibility vested in me by the Indiana Department of Instruction, Dr. Jennifer McCormick, Superintendent, I hereby present the members of the class of 2020 who have met all the requirements for graduation from high school in Indiana. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Paulheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. As superintendent, I always view graduation as the cumulative effect of the entire educational experience for students from pre-K through grade 12. And this year was especially important in that partnership as we moved to emergency learning, that we had several educators added to our ranks. Parents, siblings, babysitters, other relatives, all joined our ranks of educators as we tried to make it through this spring. For that partnership and for entrusting your students to us, I say thank you to the community and the adults and the parents who lifted up these graduates. It is that partnership that is so vital to what we do as a school district. To you graduates, I want to say thank you for your perseverance, for your patience, and for weathering and showing that blazer toughness that Mr. Surge talked about sooner. I know that it has not been easy, and for your perseverance and for the grit and character that you showed, I want to say thank you and congratulations on behalf of the whole school community. And it is my pleasure and my honor to accept your presentation for graduation and wish you all the best as you move beyond your time at Elkhart Central High School. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is the time everybody's waiting for. You're going to present yourself for graduation. And the way we're going to do it, we're going to have row one. I'd like all of you to stand, please, in row one. All right. I would like the person on the end to lead us over to the steps. You got this. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Worbianski, who will be reading the graduate register at this time. Now, when this group gets down to 3, then I would like the next row to stand all together. The person on the end leads you up to the steps. Okay? Hi, Wendy. Alan Cairns. Patrick Burtis. Freddie Aguilera. Armando Alvarado. Peyton Baldwin. Peyton Anderson.
Kareem Al-Hasnawi. Katya Arnold. Allison Ackerman. Yasmin Anthony. Haley Bowen. Virginia May Bowen. Nathaniel Bowers. Devin Brink. Daron Bailey. I'm sorry, Naron Bailey. Kevin Avalar. Aaliyah Alma. Desiree Aranaga. Xavier Baldwin. Ashley Brown. Robert Burnett Jr. Jayla Brown. William Branch. Jose Bravo. Christian Beatty. Chase Bontrager. Jacqueline Barrera. Eduardo Alvarado. Blake Balliet. Connor Butler. Nathan Bird. Christina Cameron. Basti Campos. Johan Mendoza. Maya Rusdal. Olivia Weiler. Ruby Aceves. Devin Billings. Mark Brownlee. Raul Barrios. Aureli Adame.
I call upon the class of 2020 to present themselves for graduation. Please stand. We congratulate the class of 2020, their parents, relatives, and friends. At this time, please move the tassel from the right to the left. I now declare you graduates of Elkhart Central High School, the last class. Whoa! Parents, I'd like you to exit, follow the graduates right out to the grass, please. Exit through the center. We've got another group that we need to get in here pretty quick. So, thank you. I appreciate everybody being here. You did a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, please stand for the Star-Spangled Banner. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Werbyansky, come on up. He will lead us in a moment of silence.
As we look across this glorious and fabulous day, let's take a moment to reflect upon the accomplishments of these young men and women standing before us today. Please bow your head for a moment of silence. Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you. We welcome you to this 48th and last commencement ceremony for Elkhart Central High School. We are very proud of the young ladies and young men sitting here before you. Please help us with the social distancing, with your seats. Make sure you stay apart. We're doing everything we can to meet all the guidelines that we need to meet. Thank you. I appreciate that. During the distribution of diplomas, please keep your cheering to a minimum. I know you're going to cheer when your son or daughter or relative comes up here. That's great. Well, let's keep it to a minimum, please. We would like to recognize everybody's name, and we'd like to hear all the names during the ceremony. We would like to recognize the following individuals whose efforts made this commencement ceremony possible. Please hold your applause until all the names and individuals have been recognized. We wish to thank Mr. Matt Werbyansky, Assistant Principal, for his organization of this commencement ceremony. Mrs. Patty Pletcher, class sponsor, and her organizational efforts. The nice flowers you see before you and other things that go into organizing an event like this. Mr. Jeff Kincaid, our head custodian, and his maintenance crew for all their efforts to set up this nice stage and the flowers and your chairs and everything that goes into it. I'd like to introduce the platform guest, Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, our Superintendent of Schools. Mr. Doug Weaver, our distinguished board member. Mrs. Carolyn Morris, our distinguished board member. Now I'd like to say just a few words, and believe me, I'm going to keep it short. Folks, we've all used the term once a blazer, always a blazer. We mean that, but what does that really mean? We know it means
being blazer tough, right? Because you got to be blazer tough to deal with life and moving through everything and everything that you have to deal with as students. Being blazer tough. And that means not only physically, but that means being mentally tough as well. Because, life's not easy, and it's certainly going to throw out its challenges for you. Fighting through all the adversity. Fighting through. And when you get knocked down, then you get up even more determined to accomplish your goals. And believe me, we all get knocked down. We all have our disappointments. So you need to be blazer tough, and you need to fight through them to accomplish your dream. It also means being a good citizen and community member, being respectful of your colleagues and your community members. It means being part of a team. It's bigger than just you. You're part of a whole, and you've got to cooperate with that whole. Once a blazer, always a blazer. Means having pride and respect for your school and community. It means don't forget where you came from. It means fighting hard to accomplish your dreams. It means being part of something bigger than you, a community, a country, a world. Once a blazer, always a blazer. Thank you. Mr. Matt Werbyansky will lead us in the Alma Mater. He's going to sing it with his velvet tones.
O Central High, we will be true, forever to our white and blue, and in our memories will remain the hopes of coming back again, to wander through familiar halls, remembering what the heart recalls, remembering games we watched or played, and happiness in the friendships we made. The many lessons that we've learned, the teachers for whose help we've turned, these are the things we shan't forget. They signify a task well met. Our school day memories hold in truth the joy that is the flame of youth. Dear Central High, we pledge to thee our faith, our hope, our loyalty.
Matt, you have presentation of the gift.
He made me walk all the way to the other end, too. At this time, Mr. Surge, I would like to take this opportunity to present the class of 2020, the senior gift to the school, and the senior class would like to donate a sum of money just shy of $4,000 for the procurement of furniture, outdoor furniture, for the beautification of the area outside the media center, the courtyard area by the main entrance of the building, benches and tables and some potted plants, and they will be appropriately labeled from the last class of Elkhart Central High School, the class of 2020. We think it's a wonderful remembrance and an appropriate gift, and we present that to Elkhart Central High School.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky, and the students and faculty and administration of Elkhart Central High School appreciate the gift. Thank you very much. It's time for, we call it the Lynn Gerard Blazer Spirit Award. Mr. Lynn Gerard was an exceptional person who spent many hours in the halls of Central High School. He always had a smile on his face, and his sense of humor could light up a room. Mr. Gerard loved Elkhart Central High School and the true definition of a blue blazer. He passed away several years ago, and we honor him with this award. This year's award winner is Ellie Keeney. She is not here today, but I wanted you to hear that name. Thank you. As we observe the commencement ceremony for approximately 350 seniors, I know each parent, relative, and friends and I are extremely proud of each and every one of our graduates. At this time, I would like to acknowledge those individuals who have excelled in their academic careers at Elkhart Central High School. I would ask that you hold your applause until we have recognized each group. I'd like each group to stand, and I would like you to remain standing. Our honored diploma recipients, please stand. Key Club members, please stand. National Honor Society students, please stand. Vocational Honor Society members, please stand. Do we have anybody going to the armed services at this time? Please stand. All the cords, and I believe we have everybody standing, all the green cords represent all the kids with at least a minimum of 15 hours, college credit hours. Those that have been medallions around their neck have at least 30 hours of college credit. We have 2 students who have earned associate degrees. All right, you may be seated. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Our early graduates are, and these are students who have graduated a year early, Tadriana Coleman, Tristan Kyle, Abdullah Matawa, Bianca Stevens, and Javin Stewart are our early graduates. At this time, thank you. At this time, I would like to read the names of our students who are ranked in the top 10. I will read the names in alphabetical order since we have combined weighted and unweighted scales. I will designate positions 1 and 2. Please hold your applause until I've finished. Peyton Gage Anderson, Nathan Christopher Bird, Lauren Dibley, Riley Foltz, Michael Wong, Ellie Malloy, Elijah Martin, Kristen DeSantos Salazar, Caleb Schaefer. Number 2, weighted and unweighted, Katie Frazier. Number 1, weighted, Lapita Martine Alonzo. Number 1 in the class, unweighted, Niami Mitchell. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Each year, we are fortunate enough to host foreign exchange students. Those students represented the following countries: Italy, Vietnam, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and Belgium. Unfortunately, at this time, all the students had to return home, so there aren't any with us at this time. Let's give them a round of applause. It gives me great pride and pleasure as the principal of Elkhart Central High School to present the class of 2020 by the authority and responsibility vested in me by the Indiana Department of Instruction, Dr. Jennifer McCormick, Superintendent. I hereby present the members of the class of 2020 who have met all the requirements for graduation from high school in Indiana. At this time, I would like to introduce our superintendent, Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools.
As superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools, I always view graduation as an opportunity for us to recognize that this is the cumulative effort of pre-K through grade 12. And while it's a big moment for high school, many of us across the district, staff, support staff, teachers, administrators, bus drivers, have all been involved in this learning journey. It is with great pleasure that I accept you for graduation and congratulate you for your achievement. Also at this time, it doesn't go without saying that it has been a semester of challenge. During this past several months, our ranks of educators as a school district have grown to include parents, babysitters, other relatives, and siblings who've helped us as we tried to navigate the situation created by COVID. For that partnership that we've had with parents and members of the community, for all the adults who've done anything to lift these students up as they've made their way towards graduation, I want to say thank you on behalf of the entire school district. And to you graduates, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your perseverance. Thank you for your blazer toughness. I wish you all the best and accept you for graduation, and I hope you have a great future as you move beyond Elkhart Community Schools. Thank you very much.
At this time, students will present themselves for graduation. What I would like to see happen is let's have our first row stand. Everybody in the first row stand. Young lady on that side, lead us around to the steps. Everybody follow. And we'll do that each time. When we're down to 3, I would like the next row to stand together, and I'd like the person on the end take you over to the steps. All right. We're down the home stretch now, guys. It's a little warm, I know. Okay, Mr. Werbyansky.
Riley DeHaven. Isaiah Chandler. Jonathan Decker. Elliot Dobson. Alex Dreamer. Rachel Duty. Rebecca Duty. Jacinda Clark. Angel Diaz. Justin Crook. Adrian Cervantes. Axel Colon. Romeo Darnell. Dominic Davis. Lauren Dibley. Bryce Casto. Taliana Edwards. Grab one and down for a picture. Lainey Cooper. Deshaun Coleman. Kiera Davis. Daisha Chupp. Bridget Edwards. Kaylee Carlson. Peyton Corp. Corinne Corp. Sergio Dela Cruz. Darian Dim. Make sure you grab. Hannah Kogan. Saraí Carranza Perez. Artesia Davis. Serena Carlin. Just grab one. Clayton Corvin. Guadalupe Cisneros. Carlos Castillo. Sydney Kripe. Jessica Enriquez. Anthony Daniels. Tadriana Coleman. Just grab one.
Let's give them a round of applause. I now call upon the class of 20 to present themselves for graduation. Please stand. We congratulate the class of 2020 for their parents, relatives, and friends. At this time, I would like you to move your tassel from the right over to the left. I now declare you're graduated, the class of 2020. Let's please stand for the Star-Spangled Banner. Graduates as well. Yeah, everybody. Good. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Werbyansky will lead us in a moment of silent reflection.
As we look out across this glorious, sunny Saturday, let's take a moment to reflect upon the lives and accomplishments of these young men and women as they reach this milestone in their educational career. Please bow your heads for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. We welcome you to this 48th and last commencement ceremony at Elkhart Central High School. We are very proud of the young ladies and young men sitting before you. During the distribution of diplomas, please try to keep your cheering short so we can hear all the names of each one of our students. Please hold your applause as I recognize the following individuals. We wish and thank the following people. Matt Werbyansky, our assistant principal, for all his hard work in the organization of this ceremony. Mrs. Patty Pletcher, class sponsor, for her organizational efforts. Mr. Jeff Kincaid and his entire maintenance crew for their efforts not only with the setup, but also keeping this environment safe and healthy for those of you in attendance. During the intermission, all the seats have been disinfected. Everything's been dried off and cleaned, just to make you aware of that. I'd like to introduce the platform guests, Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, our superintendent of schools, Mr. Matt Werbyansky, our assistant principal, Mrs. Kelly Mullins, school board president, Mrs. Sue Diber, distinguished board member. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity just to say a couple of things to you. You know, we always say in the hallways or during the assembly or, a sports event or, just all kinds of events, once a Blazer, always a Blazer. I'd like to take a couple of moments and just talk about what does that really mean? You say once a Blazer, always a Blazer. What does that mean? And I want you to understand, and I think you do already, it has far-reaching effects. We all know it means we're all going to be Blazer tough, right? Not only physically, but mentally. We're going to be mentally tough as well. We're going to fight through adversity. If something goes wrong, we're going to fight through it. We're not going to give in. We're not going to fail. We're going to do the right thing. And that's why all of you are sitting here before me right now. When you get knocked down, you even get up with more enthusiasm, with more fight, and say, hey, I'm not going to fail. I'm going to make it. Whatever that challenge is. And it could be a number of different things. And as you go through life, believe me, you're going to have your hard knocks on that road. But the one thing you can't do is you can't give up. You can't give up on it. You need to be determined. You need to fulfill your dream. It also means being a good citizen and community member, being respectful of your colleagues and your community members. It means being part of a team. Now remember, the world is bigger than just you. We're all part of this world, and we all have to work together to make it a better world. Once a blazer, always a blazer. Means having pride and respect for your school and your community. It means don't forget where you came from. It means fighting hard to accomplish your dreams, not giving up. And that means mentally more than physically. You have to be mentally tough to make it through some of these challenges. Don't give in. Fight through it. It means being a part of something bigger, a community, a country, a world. Once a blazer, always a blazer. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Mr. Matt Werbyansky and his rendition of our alma mater.
O Central High, we will be true, forever to your white and blue, and in our memories will remain the hopes of coming back again, to wander through familiar halls, remembering what the heart recalls, remembering games we watched and played, and happiness in the friendships we made. The many lessons that we've learned, the teachers for whose help we've turned, these are the things we shan't forget. They signify a task well met. Our school day memories hold in truth the joy that is the flame of youth. Dear Central High, we pledge to thee our faith, our hope, our loyalty. At this time also, Mr. Surge, we would like to take this opportunity for the presentation of the class gift to Elkhart Central High School. The class of 2020 has decided to allot a sum just a little under $4,000 for the procurement and purchase of decorative patio furniture for the commons area in front of the media center, in that area in front of the media center by the front doors, some tables, some chairs, some potted plants, something to beautify that area, and it will be appropriately marked as a gift from the last class of Elkhart Central, the class of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky. I'm sure the gift will make big improvements in that courtyard area since there's nothing in it right now, and that certainly will make it look a lot better. I'd like to introduce the winner of the Lynn Gerard Blazer Spirit Award. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard was an exceptional person who spent many hours in the halls and sporting events at Elkhart Central. He always had a smile on his face, and his sense of humor could light up a whole school. Mr. Gerard loved ECHS and is the true definition of a blue blazer. He passed away several years ago, and we honor him with this award. This year's award winner is Ellie Keeney. Let's give her a hand. I don't know if she's here or not. No. As we observe this commencement ceremony for approximately 350 seniors in total, I know each parent, relative, and I are extremely proud of each and every one of our graduates. At this time, I would like to acknowledge those individuals who have excelled in their academic careers at Elkhart Central High School. I would ask that you hold your applause until we have recognized each group. Honor diploma recipients, stand up, please. Honor diploma recipients. Key Club members, stand up, please. National Honor Society members, stand up. Vocational Honor Society members, stand up. Anybody in this group going to the armed services? Okay. Ivy Tech green card or cord earners, green cord earners, stand up. These are students with at least 15 hours of college credit that they can take on to any public university in Indiana. Please sit down. All right, I would like the folks with the medallions, those folks of you that have earned 30 hours of college credit, please stand. That's amazing. Thank you. You may be seated. We have 2 students who have earned associate degrees. That means they have well over 60 hours of college credit that they'll be taking on to university. We have 5 early graduates, Todrana Coleman, Tristan Kyle, Abdullah Metwa, Bionica Stevens, and Javin Stewart, who graduated a year early. At this time, I would like to read the names of our students who ranked in the top 10. I will read the names in alphabetical order since we have combined weighted and unweighted scales. I will designate positions 1 and 2. Please hold your applause until I've finished. Peyton Gage Anderson, Nathan Christopher Bird, Lauren Dibley. If you're here, you may stand. Riley Foltz, Michael J. Wong, Ellie E. Malloy, Elijah Martin, Kristen G. DeSantos Salazar, Caleb Schaefer. Number 2 on the weighted and unweighted scales, Katie C. Frazier. Number 1 on the weighted scale, Lapita Martinez Alonzo. Number 1 on the unweighted scale, Naomi Mitchell. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Each year we're fortunate to host foreign exchange students. Those students represented the following countries this year: Italy, Vietnam, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and Belgium. Let's give them a round of applause. They're not here, of course. They had to go home, so let's recognize them. It gives me great pride and pleasure as the principal of Elkhart Central High School to present the class of 2020 by the authority and the responsibility vested in me by the Indiana Department of Instruction, Dr. McCormick, Superintendent. I hereby present the members of the class of 2020 who have met all the graduation requirements for graduation from high school in Indiana. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. As the superintendent for the school district, I always view graduation as the cumulative effort of all of the work from the school community and parents from preschool through grade 12. And particularly this year when we've looked at having to work in that closer partnership all the more, when the ranks of our educators swelled to include parents, grandparents, babysitters, and siblings for a few months at the end of the year, I want to say thank you to the school community and to parents for entrusting us with your child's education. To you graduates, it is my pleasure on behalf of the school district and everyone involved from grades pre-K through 12 to acknowledge your graduation and to accept you for graduation on behalf of all of the school district. The school board, myself, everyone involved in your learning journey is pleased to accept that and to recognize your perseverance and the blazer strength that you demonstrated during a semester of unprecedented times. So for that, I say congratulations to all of you, best wishes as you exit from Elkhart Community Schools, and may you have the best future. Thank you very much.
At this point, I call the students to present themselves for graduation. I would like row 1 to stand, please. All of you stand. And I would like the lady over on the left side to take you around to the steps. And Mr. Werbianski will be reading the graduate register at this time. You will come up to the stage, you'll come to the podium, you'll tell him how you want your name pronounced. He'll pronounce your name, you'll grab a diploma, and then you'll exit the steps, and we'll take a picture with Mr. B. All right.
Demaya Gray. Christopher Gorehouse. Alyssa Galindo. Alicia Gonzalez. Cole Foss. Lilia Garcia. Mario Garcia. Lily Garcia. Michaela Foreman. Esperanza Esparza. Andrew Florshinger. Jeremy Espinoza. Michaela Estes. Demetrius Golden. Alejandro Gilmore Dunn. Shauna Folk. Madeline Grimes. Elizabeth Goss. Dominic Griffin. Brandon Gallegos. Mia Fluker. Riley Foltz. Katie Frazier. Alondra Garcia. Gabriela Garcia. Dulce Garcia. Angela Gomez. Josue Garcia. Trey Gates. DeAndre Gibson. Arturo Gown. Jenny Gill. Henry Gatzmeyer. Amanda Garrison. Jatan Ford. Jacqueline Espinoza. ECHS Espinoza. Vanessa Garcia.
I now call upon the class of 2020 to present themselves for graduation. Please stand. We congratulate the class of 2020, their parents, relatives, and friends. At this time, please move your tassel from the right over to the left. I now declare the class of 2020 graduated. You guys all right? Okay, hot? All right, ready? about it. At least we have a breeze. I shouldn't complain.
I know, it's a grand breeze.
You know, maybe this will work.
You ready to start?
There we go.
Frankie,
Yes.
fire up conference.
I am. I'm getting there. All right, let's stand for the Star-Spangled Banner and face the flag, please. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Warbianski, would you join us for a moment of silence while we're still standing?
As we look out across this glorious day, commemorating this wonderful occasion for these students, let's take a moment to reflect upon the trail that it took for them to achieve this goal. Please bow your heads for a moment of silence. Thank you.
You may be seated. Have a seat. It's not too warm out here. We can get through it. We welcome you to this 48th and last commencement ceremony at Elkhart Central High School. We are very proud of these young ladies and young men sitting here before you. what we'd like you to do, once we get into the graduate register, I'd like you to keep your cheering short, please, so we can hear all the names that are announced. We want to make sure we recognize each and every one of our students in our graduation ceremony. We'd like to recognize the following individuals whose effort made this commencement ceremony possible. Please hold your applause until all the names and the individuals have been recognized. And I'd like to just take a moment and say, the reason we're doing an in-person graduation ceremony is 87% of our seniors responded on the survey, and the vast majority of them wanted to do an in-person present commencement ceremony. So I take my hat off to you, and I respect those wishes. That's why we're here today. We wish to recognize and thank the following people. Matt Warbianski, our assistant principal, for the organization of this ceremony. Great job, Matt. Patty Pletcher, class sponsor and her organization efforts. Mr. Jeff Kincaid and his entire maintenance crew for their efforts, not only with setup, but with keeping the environment safe and clean. After each session, they spray down all the bleachers. They're all wiped down and everything is disinfected. All the seats and the bleachers that you're currently sitting in. So we're doing our best to keep a safe environment. Let's give them a round of applause, please. I'd like to introduce our platform guests. Dr. Stephen Tolheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools. Mr. Matt Warbianski, Assistant Principal. Mrs. Kelly Mullins, School Board President. Mrs. Sue Diber, Distinguished Board Member. Let's give them a round of applause. I'd like to take just a few moments and reflect on something we take for granted. We say it a lot. And that is, once a Blazer, always a Blazer. You probably remember me saying it. You probably heard other people saying it. We say it a lot. Have you ever thought what that really means? I'd like to talk a little bit about that. I'm not going to take the next half hour, but I'm going to take the next couple of minutes. We all know it means to be Blazer tough, right? What is Blazer tough? That means being physically and mentally tough. You know, fighting through adversity. And believe me, you're going to come upon some challenging situations where you're going to have to be Blazer tough. When you get knocked down, you know what that means? You got to get back up. You can't just lay there. You got to get back up, you got to get back on that path, and you got to do the right things. You know, you got to be determined. You got to fulfill whatever dream you have. That's being Blazer tough. It also means to be a good citizen and a good community member. Being respectful of all your colleagues and community members. It means being part of a team. Remember, we're not alone in this world. There are a bunch of other folks in this world that we have to all live with. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. It means having pride and respect in your school, in your community. It means not forgetting where you came from, not forgetting about your parents, not forgetting about your high school, not forgetting about your community. Remember the path it took to take you to where you're going to be. Always remember. It means fighting hard to accomplish your dream. It means being part of something bigger, a community, a country, the world itself. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. Thank you. I don't know if you know we have one, but we have an alma mater. And Mr. Warbianski will lead us in singing it. You can just listen if you like. Mr. Werbyansky and his velvet tones.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. And this is probably the first and maybe the last time that you'll hear the alma mater, but we'll do our best today for you. O Central High, we will be true forever to your white and blue, and in our memories will remain the hope of coming back again, to wander through familiar halls, remembering what the heart recalls, remembering games we watched and played, and happiness in friendships we made. The many lessons that we've learned, the teachers for whose help we've turned, these are the things we shan't forget. They signify a task well met. Our school day memories hold in truth the joy that is the flame of youth. A dear Central High, we pledge to thee our faith, our hope, our loyalty.
He does a great job with that. And Mr. Werbyansky, by the way, is an Elkhart Central High graduate. At this time, Mr. Werbyansky is going to present the class gift.
Class of 82, yeah. That's 1982. Okay, that's a ways ago. Okay, Mr. Surge, the senior class, ECHS class of 2020, is donating a sum just under $4,000 for the purchase of furniture for the courtyard outside the media center and the front door in the front of the building. Currently, there's nothing there. They wanted to give something that would be lasting, something that would help beautify the campus, and that furniture will be duly noted as a gift from the last class of Elkhart Central High School, the class of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky, and thank you, students, for the great gift. I'm sure it will improve and beautify our campus. Our next item is the Lynn Gerard Blazer Spirit Award. I'd like to speak briefly about, there's probably nobody that knows Mr. Gerard here, so I'd like to just talk about him for a moment. Mr. Lynn Gerard was an exceptional person who spent many hours in the halls and sporting events at Elkhart Central High School. He was our activities director. He always had a smile on his face, and his sense of humor could light up a room. Mr. Gerard loved ECHS and was the true definition of a blue blazer. He passed away several years ago, and we honor him with this award. This year's award winner is Ellie Keeney. Let's recognize her. As we observe this commencement ceremony for approximately 350 seniors, I know each parent, relative, friends, and I are extremely proud of each and every one of our graduates. At this time, I would like to acknowledge those individuals who have excelled in their academic careers at Elkhart Central High School. I would ask that you hold your applause until we've recognized all the groups, and I would like everybody to stay standing so everybody can see you when we applaud. Honor diploma recipients, please stand. Key Club members, please stand. National Honor Society members, please stand. Vocational, do we have any Vocational Honor Society members? Career Center. Armed Services, is anybody going to the Armed Services? Thank you. Ivy Tech Green Cords, do we have everybody standing? The green cords from Ivy Tech indicate that Each one of those students has 15 hours of dual credit, of dual college credit that they can take with them to the next level in any public school in Indiana. Those students that have the Steckler medallion on have over 30 hours of college credit. And we have 2 students in this group that also have earned associate degrees. That means over 60 hours of college credits. Let's recognize this group. Let's give them a hand. You may be seated. Thank you. We have 5 early graduates, and I don't know if we have any of them here, but we'll indicate, I'll read their names. Tadrana Coleman, Tristan Kyle, Abdullah Matwa, Bianca Stevens, and Javin Stewart. Is anybody present? These students graduated a year early. At this time, I would like to read the names of our students who ranked in the top 10. I will read the names in alphabetical order since we have combined weighted and unweighted scales. I will designate positions 1 and 2. Please hold your applause until I've finished. If you're on the list, please stand. Peyton Gage Anderson, Nathan Christopher Bird, Riley Foltz, Michael Wong, Ellie Malloy, Elijah Martin, Kristen G. DeSantos Salazar, Caleb Schaefer. Number 2, weighted and unweighted, is Katie Frazier. Number 1, weighted, is Lapita Martinez Alonzo. Number 1, unweighted, Niami Mitchell. Let's give them a big hand of applause. You may be seated. Thank you. The wind is playing havoc with my papers. Each year, we are fortunate enough to host foreign exchange students. Those students represented the following countries: Italy, Vietnam, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and Belgium. These kids are not with us right now. They had to go home, and remember, they went home and when it was really sticky, especially in Italy, with COVID-19 running rampant. Let's give them a hand of applause anyway. It gives me great pride and pleasure as the principal of Elkhart Central High School to present the class of 2020. By the authority and responsibility vested in me by the Indiana Department of Instruction, Dr. McCormick, Superintendent, I hereby present the class of 2020 who have met all the requirements for graduation from high school in Indiana. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. It is my honor as Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools to accept the graduates for the class of 2020. I always say at a graduation ceremony that it is the cumulative effort of the entire school community from pre-K through grade 12 in partnership with parents in the community to help these students arrive. For all that you've done to work in partnership with us and for entrusting your students with us, I say to you as parents and family members, thank you. And especially over the last few months where we were working in partnership because of the requirements of closing school, the ranks of our educators swelled to include parents, babysitters, siblings, and other relatives. And for that, we say thank you. Graduates, for your perseverance and your patience, your grit, and your blazer toughness as you made it through these last few months, we know it wasn't what any of us expected. But it is my honor, and it is upon the benefit of myself and the school board that I say to you that you are accepted for graduation. We wish you all the best as you leave Elkhart Community Schools, and we say congratulations, class of 2020.
All right, I want row 1, please stand, all the way across the front. Please stand. Young lady, I'd like you to take that row all the way around to the steps. Mr. Matt Werbanski will be reading the graduate register. When we get down to 3 people, I would like the second row then to stand and try to do it all together and move that row in place. And then we want to follow that by the third row and the fourth row until we're finished. All right, thank you. Mr. Werbyansky.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. We will now read the names of this session's graduates. Naya Roberson. Jordan Harris. Pick up a sleeve picture. That's okay. Alexis Jones. Yeah, just hang on to it. Angel Guerra. Sean Holman. Maximiliano Horta Milano. Jonathan Halsey. Hunter Holdren. Emiliano Huerta Milano. Michaela Huddleston. Wyatt Hall. Yeah, just hang on to it if you have to. Brianna Hooten. Olivia Holtz. Brianna Jordan. Andrea Egot. Leon Eastless. Jorge Juarez. Carlos Howard. Yasel Guzman. Work it, girl. Brianna Harris.
Period. Yeah.
Bianca Hawkes. Emily Juarez. Antonia Highland. Elijah Harris. Carter Hazard. Jasmine Jones. Shamira Hopper. Jacob Hess. Evan Hobick.
Solana Hubbard.
Solana Hubbard. Michael Huang. Daniel Honick. Daniel Guevara. Brianna Hardesty. Coriani Jackson. Jelena Hardesty. Rodney Johnson. Bianca Hernandez. Roberto Hernandez. Edward Johnson.
The wind is flying. All right, now I'll call upon the class of 2020 to present themselves for graduation. Please stand, class. Give them a round of applause. Let's go. We congratulate the class of 2020 for their parents, their relatives, and friends. At this time, move your tassel from the right to the left, and I now declare the class of 2020 graduated. Now, if you want to throw your hats, this is the time you do it. You don't have to. Okay, go ahead. People in the stands, folks, parents, I'd like you to exit through the center tunnels as well, because we're going to start cleaning the seats again. So please exit through the center out into the grassy area. If you can help us with that, we would very much appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's all stand for the Star Spangled Banner. Please face the flag. Remain standing for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Mr. Werbyansky will lead us in a moment of silent reflection.
As we gaze out across this wonderful, beautiful, sunny, maybe a little warm day, let's take a couple of moments to reflect upon the challenges, the trials, and the successes of the young men and women that are seated before us today. Please bow your head for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky. We welcome you. We welcome all of you to the 48th and last commencement ceremony of Elkhart Central High School. We're very proud of the young ladies and young men here before us today. We ask you to please keep your health in mind with social distancing and what you're doing in the stands. Family members are okay to be together. Others try to stay apart. Everybody looks like they're doing a good job. And I'll tell you what, we really appreciate it. Helps us meet all the health codes at this time. Now, when the kids present themselves for graduation, I know everybody's going to cheer. I might even cheer myself. But please, keep it short so we can hear every name that's announced over the speaker. We want every student in this class to be recognized appropriately. Please hold your applause until we've recognized all the people that I'd like to recognize for having some part in the organization of this commencement ceremony. I'd like to recognize the following people. Mr. Werbyansky, our assistant principal, whose main responsibility was to organize this event. Mrs. Patty Pletcher, the class sponsor, and all her organizational efforts that have gone into this ceremony. Mr. Jeff Kincaid and his entire maintenance crew for their efforts not only with the setup, but in keeping the environment safe and healthy for all of those into attendance. After each session that we have, we spray all the seats down, the bleachers and everything with a disinfectant to make sure we do our best to keep the environment healthy and safe for you. I'd like to introduce the platform guests. Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, our superintendent of schools. Mr. Matt Werbyansky, our assistant principal. Mrs. Kelly Mullins, our school board president. Mrs. Sue Diber, a distinguished board member. All right, we can recognize those people at this time. Let's give them a great hand. I'd like to take a couple of moments and talk about something we always say, if my notes don't blow away here, and that we probably take for granted. You know, we say once a Blazer, always a Blazer. We say that a lot, don't we? We say it a lot, right? Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. Now, what does that really mean? Have you thought about that? What does it mean? It means, at least my interpretation of what it means is, you got to be Blazer tough. And that means tough physically as well as tough mentally. We have to prepare for any adversity that we run into. And we need to make sure we're successful doing it. If we get knocked down, what do? We get back up and we go that much harder at it. And we make sure we're going to be successful and we're going to accomplish what our dreams are. You know, think about that. Just reflect on that for a moment. What are your dreams? How are you going to get there? What happens if you run into obstacles? What are you going to do? You're going to be Blazer tough, and you're going to figure out how to get the job done. It also means being a good citizen and a community member. Being respectful of your colleagues and your community members. It means being part of a whole team, a team of people. We're not alone. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. It means having pride and respect for your school and your community. It means don't forget where you came from. Don't forget your parents. Don't forget your roots. Don't forget your school. It means fighting hard to accomplish your dream. Fighting hard to accomplish your dreams. Now, the next step of life, folks, I'm going to be honest, you're going to run into adversity. You're going to be tested. You know, if not this year or next year or the year after, but at some point, you're going to be tested. And you got to be Blazer tough to overcome that. Don't let anything hold you back from accomplishing your dreams. It means being part of something bigger than just you. Being part of a community, a country, a world. Realizing that it takes a team to accomplish the impossible. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. Thank you. I'd like to introduce, it's a pleasure to introduce Mr. Werbianski, who's going to sing our alma mater. It's a beautiful song. We don't play it a whole lot, but I think you should hear it. And this, I think, is an appropriate time. Mr. Werbianski.
O Central High, we will be true forever to your white and blue, and in our memories will remain the hopes of coming back again, to wander through familiar halls, remembering what the heart recalls, remembering games we watched or played, and happiness in friendships we made. The many lessons that we learned, the teachers for whose help we turned, these are the things we shan't forget. They signify a task well met. Our school day memories hold in truth the joy that is the flame of youth. Dear Central High, we pledge to thee our faith, our hope, our loyalty.
Mr. Werbyansky is a 1982 graduate of Central High School. That's how old he is, you guys. Mr. Werbyansky will now present the gift.
Mr. Surge, it is my great honor to present the class gift from the class of 2020 to Elkhart Central High School. The class will be giving a gift of a value of slightly less than $4,000 that will be used to purchase outdoor furniture, benches, tables, and some potted plants for the courtyard area outside the main library and the front entrance to the school. We think that it'll do a fantastic job of beautifying the school and the campus, and those items will be duly marked a gift from the last class of Elkhart Central High School, the class of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky, and thank you, students, for that kind gift. That certainly will look good in that courtyard area since there's not anything in there now, so it'll look great. I'd like to take a moment. We give what we call the Lynn Gerard Blazer Spirit Award, and I'd like to take a few moments just to tell you a little bit about Lynn Gerard. If I went on and on, it would be the whole graduation ceremony, and I don't want to do that. Mr. Lynn Gerard was an exceptional person. He spent many hours in the halls and at sporting events at Elkhart Central High School. He always had a smile on his face, and his sense of humor could light up a whole room. Mr. Gerard loved Elkhart Central High School and was the true definition of what we would call a blue blazer. He was blue through and through. He passed away several years ago, and we honor him with this award. It's the Mr. Lynn Gerard Blazer Spirit Award. This person, you don't have to come up to get it. What we do is we do have a check that goes along with the award. So after the 4th of July sometime when we're back in the office, hopefully, I'd like you to come in and pick that up. This year's Blazer Spirit Award is Ellie Keeney. Stand up, Ellie. I know you're here. Thank you. As we observe this commencement ceremony for approximately 350 seniors, I know that each parent, relative, friends, and I are extremely proud of each and every one of our graduates. At this time, I would like to acknowledge those individuals who have excelled in their academic careers at Elkhart Central High School. I would ask that you hold your applause until we recognized each group, and I would like each group to stay standing until we can give you a round of applause. Honor Diploma recipients, please stand and remain standing. Key Club members, stand. National Honor Society members, please stand. Vocational Honor Society members, do we have any here? Stand. Anybody going to the armed services in this group, please stand. All right, I'd like to talk a little bit. Anybody that has a green cord, please stand. Okay, well, I'm going to talk a little bit about that green cord. That means these students at least have 15 hours of dual credit, of college dual credit, that they could take on to the next level or to the university. The students that have the gold medallions around their neck have at least 30 hours of college credit that they can take on to the next level. And it's accepted by all the public colleges and a good amount of the private colleges as well. So that's a pretty good accomplishment. We have 2 students in the group that have also earned associate degrees And the associate degree is 60 hours plus of college credit. So when you go into college, you're going into college as a junior instead of a freshman. It's amazing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. You may be seated. We have 5 early graduates. These students are graduating a year early, and they have a blue cord on, I believe. I don't know if any of them are here, but we'll recognize them. Tadriana Coleman, Tristan Kyle, Abdullah Metawa, Bianca Stevens, and Javen Stewart. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. At this time, I will read the names of our students who are ranked in the top 10. I will read the names in alphabetical order, and we have combined the weighted and unweighted scales. We did that many, many years ago so we could be fair and we could acknowledge everybody that has worked really hard on their academics. I will designate positions 1 and 2. Please hold your applause till I've finished. If I call your name out, please stand. Peyton Gage Anderson, Nathan Christopher Bird, Lauren Dibley, Riley Foltz, Michael Wong, Ellie Malloy, Elijah Martin, Kristen G. DeSantos Salazar, Caleb Schaefer. Number 2 on the weighted and unweighted scale, Katie Frazier. Number 1, Lapita Martinez Alonzo on the weighted scale. Number 1 on the unweighted scale, Niami Mitchell on the unweighted scale. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Each year, we are fortunate enough to host foreign exchange students. This year was a terrible year for that because we had to send them all home early because of the pandemic we're currently in. Those students represented the following country: Italy, Vietnam, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and Belgium. Let's give them a round of applause. They're not here, but let's give them a round. It gives me great pride and pleasure as the principal of Elkhart Central High School to present the class of 2020. By the authority and responsibility vested in me by the Indiana Department of Instruction, Dr. McCormick, Superintendent, I hereby present the members of the class of 2020 who have met all the requirements for graduation from high school in Indiana. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. It is my honor as superintendent to stand here and accept these graduates for the honor of graduation. As I always say at graduation, this ceremony is more than just a grade 12 event. It's something that recognizes the cumulative effort of everyone from pre-K through grade 12 in a partnership between the school community and people at home. For those of you who have supported these graduates and lifted them up during their educational journey, I say thank you. Thank you for trusting them to us and working alongside us to help them reach this accomplishment. We know this is especially important over the last months of this semester, where many of you joined in as educators, as parents, friends, babysitters, siblings. So for that, we say thank you. To you as graduates, we say congratulations. We know it's taken perseverance, patience, grit, and the blazer toughness that Mr. Surge spoke about earlier. For all that you've accomplished and for making it to this point, we say congratulations. And on behalf of myself and the Board of Trustees, I accept you as graduates from the class of 2020. Good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Tallheimer. At this time, I'm going to ask the students to present themselves for graduation. And we're going to give you a couple of directions here. Row 1, please stand up, everybody across the row. Now what we're going to do is, young lady on the end, you're going to take them around to the steps. Now when we get down to 3, young lady, then you're going to get up, get your whole row to stand up at the same time, and then you're going to walk over to the steps. And then each row will follow and do the same thing. Okay? All right. We are ready to give out diplomas. Reading the graduation register will be Mr. Matt Werbyansky. You'll come up to the podium, you'll whisper how you want your name read in his ear, and then he'll read your name. You come over here and grab a diploma, and then you come down there by Mr. B, and we'll get a picture taken. Okay, well, let's get started. Mr. Werbyansky.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. Lori Martinez. Lupita Martinez. Marco Lopez. Julie Miller. Abby Miller. Oscar Lopez. Tristan Kyle. Trey Carbalali. Cassidy Miller. Alyssa Kidder. Cynthia Ledesma. Ellie Keeney. Maria LaRocca. Ellie Malloy. Rainey Kurtz. Elijah Martin. Michael Korn. Marby Lapinid. Jonathan Lopez. Kyrie Lewis. Garrett McKibben. Connor Kennedy. Eric Kelm. Monica Martinez. Abdullah Matwa. Madison Miller. Natalie Comcron. Maria McComish. Melanie Krupp. Mario Martinez. Banin Al-Shamari. Keisha Matson. Michelle McCary. Brianna Long. Emma Lichty. Jimana Martinez. Cameron Callis. Maggie Lloyd. Robert Kiefer. Terrace Malloyd. Kevin Liu. Michelle Martinez. Maria Celesta Mejia.
Okay, here's the time that we're all waiting for. And I'll call upon the class of 2020 to present themselves for graduation. Class, please stand. Now, I just want to remind you, everybody, let's start out. Make sure your tassel's on your right side. Should be on the right. All right, now I'm going to ask you to move your tassel over to the right. To the left, I'm sorry. We started out, I've said it too many times already. Move your tassel over to the left, and you are now graduated. I declare the class of 2020 graduated. Now, if you want to throw your hats or stuff like that, now's the time. You don't have to, but you can do that. At this point, let's all stand for the Star-Spangled Banner. Let's face the flag, please. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Werbyansky will lead us in a moment of silent reflection at this point.
As we enjoy this beautiful, thankfully a little bit cloudy day, let's take a couple of moments to reflect upon the path that these young men and women have taken to get to this momentous point in their lives. Please bow your heads for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky. We welcome you to this 48th and last commencement ceremony at Elkhart Central High School. We are very proud of the young ladies and young men sitting here before you. Folks, what we'd like you to do at this point, and it looks like you're all doing a great job, social distance between families. Let's follow all the health rules. Let's keep everybody safe and healthy. It's our goal throughout this ceremony. And to let you know, at the end, we'd like everybody to exit the center tunnel. We disinfect all the seats and the graduate seats and the bleachers in between sessions. So it's important that everybody cooperate, and we move through the center tunnels to the grassy area. Thank you for that cooperation in advance. Also, what we'd like you to do is, I know you're going to cheer when we distribute diplomas to your student, and that's okay. We want you to. But we'd like you to keep it to a minimum so we can hear all the names and we recognize each and every one of our students so they can, their name can be heard over our public address system. At this time, we would like to recognize the following individuals whose effort made this commencement ceremony possible. Please hold your applause until all the names and individuals have been recognized. We wish to recognize and thank the following people. Mr. Matt Werbyansky, Assistant Principal, for all his hard work in the organization of this ceremony. Mrs. Patty Pletcher, Class Sponsor, and her organizational efforts. Mr. Jeff Kincaid and his entire maintenance crew for the job they do of setting up and disinfecting to keep the environment healthy for all of us. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, I'd like to introduce the people on the platform. Mr. Stephen Tallheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools. Mr. Matt Werbyansky, Assistant Principal. Mrs. Kelly Mullen, School Board President. Mrs. Sue Diber, Distinguished Board Member. Let's give them a round of applause. I'd like to take, I'm having trouble with the wind, I'm sorry. I'd like to take a few moments to reflect on a phrase that we use a lot around here, and that's once a blazer, always a blazer. Everybody recognize that? You all recognize that? We say that an awful lot. Yeah, you don't. Yes, you do. All right. But what I want to explain to you is, how do we interpret what it really means? And here's my interpretation, and here's what I've gathered over my years here at Elkhart Central. Once a blazer, always a blazer. What does it mean? We all know it means you got to be blazer tough. And what is blazer tough? Well, we think of being physically tough, but you need to be mentally tough as well. Mentally tough is the big deal, is the thing, is what's going to help you be successful. Being mentally tough. Fighting through adversity. When things don't go the right way, what are you going to do? You're going to give up, or are you going to fight harder? Hopefully you're going to fight harder. When you get knocked down, that you get back up again. And you get back up with even a more enthusiastic approach to being successful. You need to be determined to fulfill your dreams. It also means being a good citizen, community member, being respectful of your colleagues and your community members. It means being part of a team, being part of a whole. Once a blazer, always a blazer. Means having pride and respect for your school and your community. It means don't forget where you came from. Don't forget your roots. Don't forget your school. Don't forget your city that you were born in. Don't forget. It means fighting hard to accomplish your dream. And there are a lot of different ways to fight. You think of physical fighting, that's not what I mean. I mean mental. You've got to be mentally tough to make sure you work through all the adversity. It means being part of something bigger, a community, a country, a world. Once a blazer, always a blazer. Thank you. Mr. Werbyansky will sing our alma mater for us. Sit and listen. Some of you have never heard it before, and some of you have heard it many times.
O Central High, we will be true, forever to your white and blue, and in our memories will remain the hope of coming back again. Though to wander through familiar halls, remembering what the heart recalls, remembering games we watched and played, and happiness in friendships we made. The many lessons that we've learned, the teachers through whose help we've turned, these are the things we shan't forget. They signify a task well met. Our school day memories hold in truth the joy that is the flame of youth. A dear Central High, we pledge to thee our faith, our hope, our loyalty.
It's a great job by Mr. Werbyansky. Presentation of the gift man.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. At this time, it is my great pleasure to present the gift from the class of 2020 to Elkhart Central High School. That gift is a monetary sum just shy of $4,000 that will be utilized to purchase furniture, benches, tables for the commons area that sits a courtyard in the front of the building outside the media center. Currently there isn't anything there now, so the class wanted to do something that would beautify this campus, and the furniture that will be placed in that courtyard area will be duly marked from the last class of Central High School. Thank you.
Thank you for Mr. Werbyansky. I'd like to take a few moments now. We have the Mr. Lynn Gerard Spirit Award. I'd like to take a few moments to tell you about Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard was an activities director here at Central High. He was a person who was exceptional and spent exceptional hours in our halls and at sporting events and at Elkhart Central. He always had a smile on his face, and his sense of humor could light up a room. Mr. Gerard loved ECHS and was the true definition of a blue blazer. He passed away several years ago, and we honor him with this award. This year's award winner is Ellie Keeney. Ellie Keeney. She was in the last group. Let's give her a hand anyway. As we observe the commencement ceremony for approximately 350 seniors, I know that each parent, relative, friends, and I are extremely proud of each and every one of our graduates. At this time, I would like to acknowledge those individuals who have excelled in their academic careers at Elkhart Central High School. I would ask that you hold your applause until we have recognized each group. Honor diploma recipients, please stand and remain standing. Key Club members, please stand. No, remain standing, just stay up. Key Club members. National Honor Society members, remain standing. Vocational Honor Society members. Do we have anybody going to the armed services? Ivy Tech Green Cord earners. Anybody with a cord or medal from Ivy Tech? The medallions also count. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the green cords. Represent 15 hours of college dual credit that these students have earned that they can take to any public college in the state of Indiana. And the private schools will acknowledge these credit hours as well. The medallion holders have 30 dual credits to their of college credit that they've earned through Ivy Tech. Those credits can be transferred to any public college in the state, and also there's a number of private schools that recognize those credit hours as well. We also have 2 students who have earned associate awards, and these students have earned over 60 hours of college credits. I'd like to recognize we have 5 early graduates. They were juniors and graduated a year early. Tatriana Coleman, Tristan Kyle, Abdullah Metawa, Bianca Stevens, and Javin Stewart. Let's give them a round of applause. You may be seated. At this time, I'd like to recognize and read the names of the students who are ranked in the top 10. I will read the names in alphabetical order since we have combined the weighted and unweighted scales. I will designate positions 1 and 2. Please hold your applause until I've finished. Peyton Gage Anderson, Nathan Christopher Bird, Lauren Dibley, Riley Foltz, Michael Wong, Ellie Malloy, Elijah Martin, Kristen G. DeSantos Salazar, Caleb Schaefer. Number 2 on the weighted and unweighted scale was Katie Frazier. Number 1 on the weighted scale was Lapita Martinez Alonzo. Number 1 on the unweighted scale is Niami Mitchell. Are you here, Niami? Stand. Let's recognize all those people. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Each year, we're fortunate to host foreign exchange students. These students represented the following countries: Italy, Vietnam, the Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and Belgium. It is with great pride and pleasure as the principal of Elkhart Central High School to present the class of 2020 by the authority and responsibility vested in me by the Indiana Department of Instruction, Dr. McCormick, Superintendent. I hereby present the members of the class of 2020 who have met all the requirements for graduation from high school in Indiana. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Thalheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. It is my honor as Superintendent for Elkhart Community Schools to accept these graduates from the class of 2020 for graduation. I always use graduation as an opportunity to say that the effort of getting these students to graduation is a continuous effort of pre-K through grade 12 and a partnership between the community, parents, and the school district. For entrusting your students to us and for helping us in their educational journey, we say thank you. This is all the more important, and I wanted to emphasize this given that over the last months of school this year, our ranks of educators were swollen by the fact that we had to incorporate family members, parents, siblings, babysitters, and numerous other people to help students across our district reach the end of the year. For that, we say thank you. To you as graduates, I say thank you for your perseverance, congratulations for your patience and for your blazer toughness. May you have all the best as you leave Elkhart Community Schools, and on behalf of the board and the administration, I say congratulations, and you are accepted for graduation. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Thalheimer. At this time, students will present themselves for graduation. We'll start with row 1. Would row 1 stand? Young lady on the end, you're going to take them all the way around to the steps. Then just follow the leader. And Mr. Matt Werbyansky will be reading the graduate register. Now, what I ask you to do when we get down to 3, then I want the next row to stand, and then the person on the end take them over to the podium. Now, when you get up here, you'll come up to Mr. Werbyansky, and what you'll do is you'll whisper in his ear how you want your name pronounced, or how many of your names you want pronounced, and he will make every effort to do that. So, Mr. Werbyansky, let's get started with conferring of diplomas.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. Maria Mitchell. Julia Citlali Ramirez Ramos. Myra Moran. Lisbeth Adriana Ponce. Melissa Ponce Guzman. Luis Perez. Hector Ponce. Nathan Ponce. Sydney Moore. Yes. Tavius Nas. Demond Paul. Ted Myers. Eduardo Ortiz Lopez. Devin Pickering. Garrett Pinch. Brian Ramirez. Gabriel Poiser. Virtue Nyarko. Lizeth Prieto. Carlos Antonio Ramos. Naomi Mitchell. Cedric Miller. Alexis Moore. Matthew O'Hara. Caden Perrin. Nayeli Navarro. Leslie Moreno. Angel Olvera. Dakota Cheyenne Oakley. Emmanuel Ortiz. Owen Nicely. Michael Newey. Susana Quintero. Mariana Montoya Luna. Ricardo Ortiz Prieto. Leslie Perez. Juan Carlos Palacios. Mia Morgan Perez.
I call upon the class of 2020 to present themselves for graduation. Class, please stand. We congratulate the class of 2020 their parents, relatives, and friends. At this point, move your tassels from the right to the left. I now declare the class of 2020 graduated. You are now graduates from Elkhart Central High School, and you are the last graduating class from Elkhart Central High School. Great job, everybody. Welcome. Let's stand for the Star-Spangled Banner. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, great job, everybody. Let's have a seat. You know, it's only 93 degrees out here. We're good. We're all good, right? Everybody good out there? Yeah. I've invited Mr. Werbyansky, and he's going to do a moment of silent reflection for us.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. Let's take an opportunity as we look across this beautiful, sunny, maybe a little too sunny, but yet beautiful day, and reflect upon the long, arduous, yet rewarding path that these young men and women have taken to reach this point in their lives today. Please bow our heads for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky. We welcome you to this 48th and last commencement ceremony at Elkhart Central High School. That you are the last class that can call themselves Blue Blazers. We are very proud of the young ladies and young men sitting before us. What I'd like you to do, folks, you know, you're in the stands, you're doing a great job. I'm not going to tell you what else to do, but you just keep doing what you're doing, and everything will be good, and we'll be out of here by 4:30, I promise. Promise you that. Hopefully I won't be lying. All right? The other thing is we would like to recognize the individual efforts of everybody that made this commencement ceremony possible. Please hold your applause till the end. Mr. Werbyansky, our assistant parent, he's done a great job on setup. He's really been my right-hand person setting this whole thing up. Done a wonderful job. Mrs. Patty Pletcher, she's another person that is just indispensable in how she's gotten the stage and everything organized. Wonderful job. Mr. Jeff Kincaid and the entire custodial crew. They not only set up the stage and all the chairs and everything, but in between every session, I don't know if you realize this, they disinfect all the seats on the field and in the bleachers. So they've done a great job in really trying to keep everybody safe and following all the health regulations and codes that we have to contend with right now. So let's give them a hand. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. I'd like to introduce the platform guests. Dr. Stephen Thalheimer, the Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools. Mr. Matt Werbyansky, our Assistant Principal. Mrs. Kelly Mullins, our School Board President. Mrs. Sue Diber, Distinguished Board Member. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, folks. Really appreciate it. And my notes are trying to fly away. All right. I want to talk a few moments, and I promise you it'll only be a few moments, about the thing we say a lot of around Central High School, and we've said it around here since the 50s. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. And you know, has anybody ever thought what that really means? Have you really dissected that and looked into it? We've had a number of student speakers that talked about it, but they really didn't get into the real essence of it. What does this mean? Well, in my interpretation for the last 20 years, here's what I think it means. I think it means to be Blazer tough. We're all Blazer tough. And what does Blazer tough mean? It doesn't mean you're always physically tough, but yeah, we want you to be physically tough. But we want you to be mentally prepared and mentally tough to be able to deal with all situations, to be able to deal with adversity that may present itself. You've got to be mentally tough to do that. If you've not dealt with adversity at this point, Believe me when I'm telling you, you will at some point deal with it. And how are you going to deal with it is going to be a real sign on how successful you're going to be. And I want every one of you to be successful. I want you to fight and fight and fight until you make sure your dream comes true, whatever that dream is. When you get knocked down, you know, I think this is from a Rocky movie. Anybody remember that? When you get knocked down, you got to get back up again. And you got to get back up with great fervor. That means you got to get back up with enthusiasm and intensity that you're going to succeed in whatever you choose to do. It also means being a good citizen, being a good person, and being a good community member. Being respectful of your colleagues and your community members and your friends. It means being part of a team. We're not loners in this world, folks. We're not alone. You're not alone here. You're not alone in the community. We're part of a whole. We're part of a team. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. It means having pride and respect for your school and community. It means don't forget where you came from. You're graduates of Elkhart Central High School. You're Blue Blazers. No matter what you do in the future, you're still going to be Blue Blazers. Don't forget. Don't forget your families, your friends, your community. Don't forget. It means fighting hard to accomplish your dreams. Never lose track on what you want to do. Make sure you fight hard to get through, to be successful in that pathway you choose to follow. It means being part of something bigger. And I'm talking about a whole community, the Elkhart community, a country, the United States of America, the state of Indiana, and the world. Now think about that. You are a part of the whole world. You're one part of a world. And how many billions and millions of people that we have in this world, you're a part of that. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. Thank you. Mr. Matt Werbyansky will now serenade us for the 7th time with his rendition of our alma mater. He's got a great voice. Listen, give him a big hand of applause, too.
That's wind assisted, it's going to be.
Put your back to the
O Central High, we will be true, forever to our white and blue, and in our memories will remain the hope of coming back again, to wander through familiar halls, remembering what the heart recalls, remembering games we watched or played, and happiness in friendships we made. The many lessons that we've learned, the teachers for whose help we've turned, these are the things we shan't forget. They signify a task well met. Our school day memories hold in truth the joy that is the flame of youth. A dear Central High, we pledge to thee our faith, our hope, our loyalty.
Mr. Werbyansky, get over here. Class gift.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to present from the class of 2020, the last graduating class of Elkhart Central High School, their gift to the school. The class of 2020 will be giving a financial support in the sum of slightly less than $4,000 for the purchase of patio furniture, seats, benches, and tables to be placed in the main courtyard area by the front entrance of the building outside the media center. Currently, there's nothing there right now, and it would do a fantastic job of beautifying this campus. And that donation will be duly marked from the last graduating class of Elkhart Central High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werbianski. Thank you, students, for that generous gift. That will go a long way to help beautify the campus. At this point, I'd like to speak briefly about the Lynn Gerard Spirit Award. We only give it at graduation, and we give it to a pretty special individual. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard was our activities director here at Elkhart Central High School for years, since the 60s. Mr. Lynn Gerard was an exceptional person who spent many hours in the halls and sporting events at Elkhart Central. He always had a smile on his face, and his sense of humor could light up a room. He was just a great person, really positive. Mr. Gerard loved ECHS, and the true definition of a blue blazer would be Mr. Gerard. He passed away several years ago, and we honor him with this award. This year's award winner was Ellie Keeney. Ellie Keeney. She's been here already. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. As we observe the commencement ceremony for approximately 350 seniors, I know each parent, relative, and friend, and myself are extremely proud of each one of our graduates. At this time, I would like to acknowledge those individuals who have excelled in their academic careers at Elkhart Central High School. I would ask that you hold your applause until we have recognized each group. And I would like you to stand when I call the group out. So honor diploma recipients, please stand. Stand? Yeah, I know we have some, yeah. Don't be shy, you're good. You know, we're not gonna do anything. All right, Key Club members, please stand. We got any Key Club members? Remain standing. National Honor Society members, stand. Anybody going to the armed services in this group? Ivy Tech Green Cord earners with a green cord. And if they've got a green cord on, that means they have at least 15 hours of college credit that will be accepted by any public college in Indiana. And there are many other private colleges that will accept those hours as well. Medallion earners, those that have the medallions. Those students that have the medallions on have earned 30 hours of college credit. 30 hours. So they're going to go to college, and they will have completed their freshman year. They'll be sophomores as they enter college. So it's a great program we have, our dual credit program. It works well. It's a great program. We also have 2 students who have earned associate degrees. And those kids have over 60 hours of college credit that they earned in high school. At this point in time, let's give them a round of applause. We're really proud of you. You may be seated. At this time, I'd like to read the names of our students who are ranked in the top 10. I will read the names in alphabetical order since we have combined weighted and unweighted scales. I will designate positions 1 and 2. Please hold your applause until I've finished. And if I read any of your names, if you're in that group, please stand up and be recognized. Peyton Gage Anderson, Nathan Christopher Bird, Lauren Dibley, Riley Foltz, Michael Wong, Ellie Malloy, Elijah Martin, Kristen G. DeSantos Salazar, Caleb Schaefer. Number 2 in the class on the weighted and unweighted scale, Katie Frazier. Number 1 on the weighted scale, Lapita Martinez Alonso. She's number 1 on the weighted scale. Number 1 on the unweighted scale, Niami Mitchell. Let's give them a round of applause, folks. We're very proud of all of you. That's a lot of hard work to get there. I'd like to also acknowledge our early graduates. We have 5 students who graduated a year early because of working a little harder than some other students, but decided they wanted to graduate early, and they've accomplished that goal, and I take my hat off to them. Tristan Kyle, Abdullah Metawa, Bianca Stevens, and Javen Stewart. Congratulations to those folks. We're going to give you a hand. Each year, we are fortunate to host foreign exchange students. These students represent the following countries: Italy, Vietnam, the Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and Belgium. All of you probably have known some of these kids that have been here. I think we had like 6 or 7 here this past year. They had to go home early with the pandemic going on, and normally we would have recognized them at graduation. But let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. It gives me great pride and pleasure as the principal of Elkhart Central High School to present the class of 2020. By the authority and the responsibility vested in me by the Indiana Department of Instruction and Dr. McCormick, Superintendent, I hereby present the members of the class of 2020 who have met all the requirements for graduation from high school in Indiana. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. It is my honor on behalf of the administration and the School Board of Trustees to accept you as graduates of the class of 2020. I always see the opportunity for graduation to be a way to recognize that this is the cumulative effort of pre-K through grade 12. And particularly at this time, I would like to recognize all those parents and other adults who helped lifted up these students during their educational journey. For us as a school community, we thank you for entrusting your students to us and for us to work in that partnership to help them reach their goals. This is especially true over the last months of this semester when we had so many people join us as educators, and we had parents, grandparents, babysitters, siblings helping educate as we made it through those last few months of school. For that partnership, we say thank you. Graduates, to all of you, I say congratulations for your perseverance, your patience, and showing the Blazer toughness that Mr. Surge talked about. As you head out of the doors of Elkhart Central High School, may you reach all of your dreams, and it is on behalf of myself and the board that we accept you for graduation and wish you sincere congratulations. Thank you.
At this time, Mr. Werbyansky is going to read the graduation register, and I'm going to ask the first row to please stand. Please stand, all of you at one time. All right, and follow Mrs. Riblet. She's going to take you over to these steps. So when you come up here, you're gonna whisper how you want your name announced, and Mr. Werbyansky's here. So we don't mess your name up, and it's perfect, and everything's good. All right? Then when this group gets down to 3, then I would like the next row to stand up. When that group gets down to 3, the next row stands up, and so on. All right, Mr. Werbyansky will read the graduation register at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. Once I've read your name, you will pick up a diploma sleeve off of the table and then exit the platform for your picture. Esperanza Reyes. Brianna Rucker. Juan Resendez. Cesar Sevilla. Kendall Reef. Mia Salas. Dakota Rogerson. Marie Sonora. Victoria Slaybach. Janae Smith. Sophia Andrea Sanchez. Abby Shea. Ruth Sanchez. Ashley Veronica Cerugo Guerra. Luis Rios. Grace Robinson. Ulysses Rodriguez. Jake Smith. Rajaya Sims. Bianca Stevens. Alex Rassler. Christian DeSantos Salazar. Eduardo Salazar. Allison Summers. Avery Snyder. Caleb Schaefer. Maxim Samuels. Danilo Rea. Valeria Rosales Hernandez. Michaela Sanford. Jillian Chappelles. Madeline Sorg. Noah Robinson. Jonathan Rodriguez. Ashlyn Schriefer. Elizabeth Sanchez Garcia. Johansi Salamanca.
All right. Promise we get you out of here pretty quick. It's a hot day, I know. But you know, folks, remember this. You are the last. The history that you're making, you're the last graduating class from Elkhart Central High School. And we're all very, very proud of you. All right, stand up, class of 2020. We congratulate the class of 2020, their parents, relatives, and friends. At this time, move your tassels from the right to the left. I now declare you graduated. All right, you are graduates of Elkhart Central High School, class of 2020. Great job, everybody. And if you're going to throw your hats, throw them now. Don't wait, all right? Decide what you're going to do. Last time I got to open I don't think my notebook will make it through one more. Let's stand for the Star Spangled Banner. Let's remain standing for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you, everybody. We welcome all of you to this 48th and last commencement ceremony at Elkhart Central High School. And this is the last session of the last time we're graduating anybody from Elkhart Central, so it's kind of a bittersweet moment. We are very proud of the young ladies and young men sitting before you. And I would like the crowd to cooperate when we do our graduate register. Please cheer, and cheer as loud as you can for a short moment. So at that point, you know, we can get all the students' names heard over the public address system. We want to make sure everybody hears. So at this point, I'm going to invite Mr. Werbyansky to come up and do a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. As we take the opportunity to reflect upon this wonderful, beautiful, sunny, kind of warm, kind of windy day, take a couple minutes to reflect upon the long, arduous, yet rewarding path that these young men and women have taken to get to this point today. Please bow your heads for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky. We would like to recognize the following individuals whose efforts made the commencement ceremony possible. Please hold your applause until all the names and individuals have been recognized. We wish to recognize and thank the following people. Mr. Matt Werbyansky for his organization of the commencement ceremony. Mrs. Patty Pletcher, class sponsor for this senior group, and her organizational efforts. Mr. Jeff Kincaid and all of his custodial crew for keeping the environment healthy and safe for all of us. What you don't know is they disinfected seats between every session we had. And this is the last session at this point. So thank you, Mr. Kincaid. Let's give those folks a round of applause. Thank you. I'd like to introduce the platform guest, Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools, Mr. Matt Werbyansky, Assistant Principal, Elkhart Central, Mrs. Kelly Mullins, School Board President, Mrs. Sue Diber, Distinguished Board Member. Let's give them a round of applause. I want to take a couple of moments and talk to you about a statement that I think most of you are familiar with, and that is, once a Blazer, always a Blazer. Now, we say that a lot, and I don't know if you ever given thought to what that really means. I want to give you my interpretation of it. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. What does this mean? We all know it means to be Blazer tough, right? We're all Blazer tough here, every one of you, right? You had 4 years of high school, you worked really hard, you got the grades you needed to, you're going to graduate. Some of you are athletes. You work really hard to hone your physical attributes so you can be better athletes. That's being Blazer tough. The other part of being Blazer tough is being mentally tough. So you're able to deal with any kind of adversity that you come upon. And you have to fight through it. You have to come out on the right side, and you have to be successful. So being mentally tough is part of being Blazer tough. When you're knocked down, you get back up. And you get back up with this enthusiasm that nobody's going to stop you from accomplishing your goals, to making your dreams come true. Nobody is going to stop you. You know, you're going to fulfill your dreams. It also means being a good citizen and a community member, being respectful of your colleagues and the community members. It means being part of a team. We are part of a whole. The whole doesn't revolve around us individually. We are part of a whole. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. It means having pride and dignity and respect for your school, your community. It means don't forget where you came from. Don't forget Elkhart. Don't forget Elkhart Central. Don't forget your parents. Don't forget your roots, because those are important to all of us. We all have them. Don't forget those values that you've been instilled with since you were 2 or 3 years old. It means fighting hard to accomplish your dream. It means being part of something bigger than you, part of the community, part of the state of Indiana, part of the country, part of the world. Remember, we're one small part of a bigger, if you think about it, a bigger microcosm or a bigger organism. We're a part of it. We're a part of a team. We are Blazers. Once a Blazer, always a Blazer. Thank you. Mr. Werbyansky at this time is going to sing the alma mater, and he does a really good job at it. So listen, there you go, Mr. Werbyansky, take it away.
O Central High, we will be true forever to your white and blue, and in our memories will remain the hopes of coming back again, to wander through familiar halls, remembering what the heart recalls, remembering games we watched or played, and happiness in friendships we've made. The many lessons that we learned, the teachers for whose help we've turned, these are the things we shan't forget. They signify a task well met. Our school day memories hold in truth the joy that is the flame of youth. Dear Central High, we pledge to thee our faith, our hope, our loyalty.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky. Usually he walks off. Mr. Werbyansky is going to present the class gift at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to be able to present to Elkhart Central High School the class gift from the final graduating class of Elkhart Central High School, the class of 2020. They will be donating a financial contribution, a sum slightly less than $4,000 for the procurement of patio furniture and decorative furniture to go in the courtyard that is outside the main media center by the front doors of the building. There's nothing there at this point right now, so those chairs and benches and some potted plants and some other things will do a great job of beautifying that area and be a tremendous remembrance from this class. And those items will be duly marked from the last graduating class of Elkhart Central High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werbyansky. I'd like to take a few moments at this time and talk about the Lynn Gerard Blazer Spirit Award. Mr. Lynn Gerard was an exceptional person who spent many hours in the hallways and sporting events at Elkhart Central High School. He was the activities director here for many, many years, and some of your parents may even know him. Unfortunately, Mr. Gerard passed away a few years ago, but I'd like to tell you a little bit about him. He always had a smile on his face, and his sense of humor could just light up a whole room. Mr. Gerard loved Elkhart Central High School and was the true definition of a blue blazer. He passed away several years ago. We honor him with this award. This year's award winner was Ellie Keeney. Ellie Keeney, let's recognize her. As we observe this commencement ceremony for approximately 350 seniors, I know each parent, relative, friends, and I are extremely proud of each and every one of our graduates. At this time, I would like to acknowledge those individuals who have excelled in their academic careers at Elkhart Central High School. I would ask that you hold your applause until we have recognized each group. All right, and I'd like you to stand at this point. Honors diploma recipients, please stand. If you're getting it, stand up, remain standing. Key Club members, stand. National Honor Society members, stand. Vocational Honor Society members, stand. Anybody going to the armed services? Ivy Tech Green Cord earners, stand. Ivy Tech Medallion earners, stand. Now I'd like to talk briefly about this. The green cords that our kids, some of our kids have on, signify that they've earned 15 hours of college credit that will go to whatever institution they choose to go to. The students with the Ivy Tech medallions, the STEGAC award, means the students have earned 30 hours of college credit that can be transferred to any public college in Indiana. We also had 2 students that have earned over 60 hours of college credit. They received their associate's degree from Ivy Tech. We have 5 early graduates. They graduated as juniors. Tadriana Coleman, Tristan Kyle, Abdullah Madaway, Bianca Stevens, and Javin Stewart. At this time, I would like to recognize these folks. Let's give them a round of applause, please. You may be seated. At this time, I would like to read the names of our students who are ranked in the top 10. I will read the names in alphabetical order since we have combined weighted and unweighted scales. I will designate positions 1 and 2. Please hold your applause until I've finished. Peyton Gage Anderson, Nathan Christopher Bird, Lauren Dibley, Riley Foltz, Michael Wong, Ellie Malloy, Elijah Martin, Kristen G. DeSantos Salazar, Caleb Schaefer. Number 2 in the class, weighted, unweighted, both, Katie Frazier. Number 1, weighted, Lapita Martinez Alonzo. Number 1 in the class, unweighted, is Naomi Mitchell. Naomi Mitchell. Let's give these folks a big round of applause. Each year, we are fortunate to host foreign exchange students. The countries that were represented this past year are Italy, Vietnam, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and Belgium. Let's recognize these kids. They're long gone at this point. It is with great pride and pleasure as principal of Elkhart Central High School to present the class of 2020. By the authority and the responsibility vested in me by the Indiana Department of Instruction and Dr. McCormick, Superintendent, I hereby present the members of the class of 2020 who have met all the requirements for graduation from high school in Indiana. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Tallheimer, Superintendent of Elkhart Community Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. It is with honor that I, on behalf of the administration and the School Board of Trustees, accept you as graduates for the class of 2020. I always take graduation as an opportunity to remind everyone that while this is a major milestone for high school, graduation is the cumulative effort of the partnership between the community, families, and the school district from pre-K through grade 12. For your trusting us with your children and for being engaged in their learning journey, I say thank you to all the members of the families, friends, and adults who are here. I also want to say, particularly for this year, as we finish this school year under challenging circumstances, our ranks of educators swelled because of the help of parents, friends, siblings, babysitters, and other family members. For that help in helping these students and so many others make it through this semester, on behalf of the district, I say thank you. Graduates, to all of you, thank you for your persistence, for your patience, and showing your Blazer toughness. We wish you all the best of congratulations as you exit Elkhart Central High School and go on with your futures. And it is with sincerest congratulations we accept you for graduation. Way to go, class of 2020.
All right, Mr. Werbyansky will be reading the graduate register shortly. What I'd like to have happen now, I'd like the first row to please stand. Everybody in the first row, stand. No, let's wait. All right, let's bring them around. And Mr. Werbyansky, I will leave the rest to you.
Thank you, Mr. Surge. Monique Walker. Isaac Vega. Brianne Webb. Isaiah Taylor. Terrence Williams. Patrick Waker. Patrick Walton. Wesley Stout. Sean Terrazas. James Wakeman. Kanaya Tate. Idasia Thomas. Kelsey Stone. Alejandra Villanueva. Daciana Williams. Katie Salaya. Clarissa Zepeda. Esmeralda Velasquez. Jocelyn Villagomez. Julie Yoder. Diane Vega. Destiny Yarich. Yvette Valdivinos Torres. Jules Young. Colin Weaver. Richard West.
Hey, remember your boy.
Reginald Tyson. Latrice Woods. Susanna Zarco. Nellie Torres. Jacob Williams. Gabriel Wilson. Drew Stymack. Isha Williams. Natalie Zagal Nava. Akira Williams. Sergio Yanez. Wendy Vasquez. Ponce Villa. Don't lose your cords, babe. Keep your stuff together. Riley Wiltfong.
home stretch now, right?
Don't forget to make it powerful.
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 All right, folks. I want you to remember one thing. Well, more than one thing. But I want you to remember, this is the last session of the last graduating class from Central High School. You're the last group that can call themselves Blue Blazers. You are the last group that can say, once a Blazer, always a Blazer. And that means we're going to be Blazer tough, right, guys? Right? All of you. I want to hear you. Is that a yes? All right. I'd like you to stand at this point. We congratulate the class of 2020, parents, relatives, and friends. I want to ask you to move your tassels from the right to the left. You are now graduates of Elkhart Central High School. All right, let's get your hats, folks.